Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Where's my game? There it is. Let's see. 1 second, I need to cough. Sorry about that. Okay. So last week, we were working on two things. One, we got this high orbit cosmic ray science satellite prepped. That is for this cosmic ray science beyond LEO. We can launch that, I think, basically whenever. And the other thing I was working on is the dedicated Earth imaging satellite. This is mostly built, but needs some scripting work still. If we pop into the VAB, we can kind of see what the state of that is. And we open, where is it? KH1. Here we go. So this is our, we might not even need the boosters on this one. I'll see if we can skip the boosters on this. That would save us a little bit of money. Zoom in. Okay. So this is what we've got. The first stage is the same Thor-derived booster that we've been using for all of our other recent launches. But the second stage, rather than being the not the RL-10, the AJ-10, derived, the Able-based stage, this has got a... Here we are, the XLR-81 Agena engine. It's a stubby little upper stage, but this is, actually a pretty accurate KH1. The thing I'm looking at here, so we have this kind of whole upper stage, which has the dome bucket, shaped heat shield, along with little avionics, a parachute, and some thrusters to stage it. So this is the return capsule, which is of course a totally different design from the return capsule that we flew before, which makes me a little nervous. And then we should be able to, if we take this and like offset it down, yeah, something like that, so it's a little more aerodynamic. I don't think it matters a ton, but that is the scale. I'm not sure what the width of this heat shield is actually supposed to be. Corona film bucket diameter. Diameter of its upper ring of... That doesn't seem right. Maybe 0.9? Anyway, we'll need to play with that to make sure that this... Hey, Starfighter! How was your holiday? Still on holiday. All right. That's what you like to hear. 0.9 might be the right number here. Maybe not. Well, maybe. It's hard to tell. Yeah, don't use all your roaming data. All right. Well, I'm not sure what the diameter of this actually needs to be. I'll play with it more. But we're pretty close to whatever we actually should be, I think. Worst case, it clips and we get a Kraken attack and I need to tweak some things. So in theory, this is physically done, and we just need to work on the script for it. If I can find the right window. There we go. This KH1 that I was working on, trying to remember what I was doing. Right. So it gets itself into orbit, it sets to fast time warp, and then it puts itself in a loop where it checks until either it can see that the camera's depleted or that it's low power. Which is exactly what we need. Then it will do the transfer control, it'll try to align for a return, and then do a deorbit. So I think all of this is kind of more or less fine. And we might just need to I think we might just need to sim this and see where it boops to see what's broken. Because I think it's going to be... Or I don't remember exactly how far I got last week on this thing. And we haven't tested this new sort of film bucket return capsule. Again, this is a different return capsule than I used in the previous design. So I think we move this to be like there, which is what it's like more or less supposed to be. Let's do fine adjust. Yeah, that definitely does kind of clip, doesn't it? Let's edit this so it's 0.85, thank you. 5 EC. It does. It does look a little bit like high stakes, doesn't it? That dull, rounded nose cone that is... And in fact, because this is a heat sink, not an ablative heat shield, it is designed to absorb and distribute heat. So it is exactly like high stakes. Oops. Alright, but now if we take this, we kind of do like that sort of thing. Yeah! That looks good. Can I maybe even squeeze my mouse through there and point to the... Oh, I can get to the avionics. Cool. The thing that I'm not sure if I did, though, which means... we actually have to take this off, is take off the heat shield and make sure that I have set up the parachute correctly. I probably did this, yeah, 0 spare chutes, altitude, 2 parachutes used. Okay, so yeah, I did do that last time. Put that on, slide it back down. All right, so simming this, what I want to see on the script side, and I went too far through my Alt-Tab cycle again, is we want to see this should pop before it runs out of batteries. And then we should see it, yeah, go retrograde. And then yeah, it'll point itself retrograde, and then it'll fire off the retro rockets at AP. And then it should, when it's through its reentry, we should see it drop. Okay, so I have the program for this done. I wrote the code, I just didn't test it last time, which is always a fantastic way to end a stream. I think we can just sim this thing. Oh, but before I do that, it's nighttime outside. Let's flip it to daytime. I also think this is probably close enough to a circular orbit that I don't know if I need... time is it? It's June of 59. I've got some 59 tech, 59 to 60, 60 tech coming up. Okay. So I'm doing okay on tech. I do need to be getting more science sooner, though. Yeah, early interplanetary is 61. Yeah, 61 to 63. Alright. I might want to go for this primitive solar panels before we try to do anything lunar. This might be a necessary step. But our next couple of tech nodes, I think we're going to be doing okay on. Cool. It's morning. Let's... Yeah, we had bricked the run by this point for sure. The thing that I noticed, and you were probably in the stream for this when I mentioned it, Starfighter, but the commercial applications contracts that I had taken, that program, is no longer available that early. You have to have the tracking station partway upgraded, which means you're going to have done a lot more science before you can even unlock this. So, the devs realized that this commercial applications was a trap, and they made it not a trap anymore, which is great, because I fell for it. So we'll go for this, you know, we won't be even starting to do this until we have probably already done a lunar flyby and stuff like that. And it looks like I could take crewed orbit pretty much as soon as I upgrade this building. I don't think I'm quite ready to take crewed orbit yet. I'm very close, though. And that's a lot of funding that this gives me, right? So that is something to consider. If we can push towards that. But yeah, I could upgrade this building and just grab it. I mean, how am I on tech? Like, I've got, like, I can fly a Mercury Redstone as soon as I have the capsule, right? Although that's not until the next tech node. So I might want to wait until I have a few more nodes when I can grab the capsule and then grab that contract. That program, rather. Because, yeah, I could fly the Mercury capsule. Like, I've got Redstone, although by the time I get there, I probably wouldn't fly a Mercury Redstone. I'd either fly a Mercury Thor or go right for, like, a Mercury Atlas. But anyway, something to think about is when we want to grab that contract. How are we doing on reputation? It would be nice to have it a little bit higher. 1700 rep is our cap, but our subsidy is still currently almost 300,000. And as far as our budget goes, yeah, our program budget is 1,000 per day. Here, do it per year. Yeah, our subsidy is 300,000 and our program budget is 375. So like half of the money we're getting is from subsidy. So I'm glad that I've been investing the time in flying extra contracts to keep the subsidy up. That is clearly worthwhile. All right, let's sim this Corona/Keyhole satellite, and we'll see where the script breaks. Yeet. I am actually not familiar with whatever it is you're referencing. No, it wasn't Corona. But yeah, okay, General Mills made spy balloons. Wow. Okay. I probably knew that at some point in my life and just, like, erased it from memory. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. That's funny. I should probably set this to time warp automatically through this phase, but that's okay. What do you mean can't shut down avionics on this part? Oh! Yep, because this has been a weird issue. I need to file a bug about this. When I save the craft and reload it, it's losing the avionics that can hibernate. I guess because they're not researched yet? But I swear I've saved craft in the past that have unresearched avionics, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Cool, so we're gonna have to revert this, because it will... Well, no, that's fine. It'll run out of power, and it should deorbit when it runs out of power. The time warp didn't work. It said it can't time warp when it's under acceleration. So that's here. So probably between Agena launch and then the power down, if I check Agena... Yeah. Yeah, we need a weight 0 in there. And I think I've been doing this, is trying to set a weight 0 at the end of each stage, so that the stage always ends on the next frame. Okay. Yeah, so if we watch this, we can see that it's got way too big of a duration on its power. So let's... Yeah. It only needs to last for 8 hours, and somehow it's got 12 hours, and the avionics isn't hibernating. So I think we're going to go back to vehicle assembly. I'm going to fix which avionics we have. And we'll, that should fix both of those issues. So it should still be able to go into time warp, because I've added that extra weight. And then, if I set the avionics correctly... Do I have enough of a gap? Can I, like, see in there? Nope. Yeah, this shouldn't be a science core. This should be deep space. Basic avionics. With control for... Here, let's take that apart. Nope, not there. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Sorry. This one should be science core. Or it'll be the basic avionics tier. Like 3. That's fine. It's this one that I need to mess with. That needs to be a deep space, basic avionics, fly. Ah, there we go. That sounds vaguely familiar. Alright, if I take all this off, what is our... Duration is 6 hours. Oh, this is set wrong. But specifically, we care about our duration with the avionics shut down. Which is at 10 hours right now. Eight hours, 54 minutes with the avionics shut down. With the avionics on. Five hours, 21 minutes. Okay. Let's give it a little extra. So that's 5 hours 53. And with the avionics shut down, yeah, 10 hours. That works for me. So let's reposition this. I'm going to save this again, but it seems like there's a bug, so we don't... I'm probably going to have to reconfigure these avionics again. Deep space, 3.5 tons, 5,500 EC is what we want to see. Hopefully I will remember that when I have to redo this again. Alright, let's resim this. We've got one script bug fix, we've got one VAB bug fix. Looking good. One thing I'm worried about is that with the probe core and the parachute hanging off the back of this pod, the center of mass might be a little bit backwards from where we want it to be. So it may not be aerodynamically stable. Also, this is not working right. Controllable mass is 3.5 tons. How much does this ship actually weigh? Shoot. Nope. I wanted VAB, not launch. I swear I had simmed this with 3.5 tons, but maybe not. This weighs 2.6 tons. Avionics is, did I leave it off. Is that the issue? Oh, we lost it again. Deep space, 3.5 tons, 5,500. Apply, shut down, activate. Okay. Let's resim this then. Trying to see if I can find an issue related to this avionics revert. Don't see one in the RP-1 repo, which doesn't mean there isn't one in, like, procedural avionics or something else. Tills or library. Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't want to mess with that anymore right now. I'll just... What I really should do is I could just fast forward until this avionics part is actually researched, and then hopefully it won't keep reverting in weird ways. But... Oh, and this isn't time warping, because of course it's not. Why is my AP height so low? How did that happen? Did we have a... issue? No. Weird. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead until this tech is researched, because I'm tired of resetting the avionics on this every time. And then I think to build this, we're gonna have to wait until the high orbit cosmic flies, because that is, we're going to have to upgrade the launch complex for the Aegina fuel and stuff, because that's new engines that this complex hasn't flown before. But let's skip ahead here. And skip to morning. Okay, hopefully now, if I go into here and say Basic Avionics, apply Preserve Dimensions, save it, and let's sim it. And the hope is that now when I revert, we're not going to see this thing changing its avionics on me again. Alright, at least the time warp worked this time. As far as our AP... Oh, our AP might be a little different. If I've been testing this with the wrong avionics and some other issues, it might not actually be able to hit that 150. No, it's going to hit it. Alright, 153. That's fine. What's our minimum? It just says the AP needs to be below 200. Alright, so as long as we're above 140, we're okay. And then when this gets itself into orbit, it's gonna... when it gets itself into its orbit, it should time warp, so it's going to time warp pretty fast because it has to skip ahead, you know, several hours of in-game time, and that's going to be a few orbits. You know, our orbital period is going to be... about an hour, a little more. I think I could start burning the Aegina just a little bit sooner. Looking at where we are relative to AP. But, oh! That got our AP up over 200. This is invalid. Alright, it did shut down its avionics, but it still wouldn't let itself time warp. That's annoying. Alright, but we should see this thing be able to... eventually... Oh, that's a problem that I didn't consider. When it's not filming, the avionics energy drain is so low compared to the camera that this thing will potentially sit up here for multiple days before it triggers the low battery warning. Alright, but we're not doing anything, which is bad. I didn't hear a bonk from a failed script. Waiting for film or batteries to run out. Well, we're sitting here depleted and we're not running out, so... This RO basic film camera at 0. Get the experiment module. Do I not have signal here? I don't have signal here. Okay. Yeah, it has the word depleted in it. for EVT in cam all events. Yeah. So why didn't the script work? Whoops. Okay, not gonna mess with that. Okay. So why isn't this working in the code? We also didn't warp. But like looking at this, maybe I should do a wait 1 so we only ping once a second. That's fine, but like still. Oh! Because we're breaking out of... Okay. Yep. I'm an idiot is why. This is why I should not write code and then not test it on the same day. Let's do local done is false. Done. There we go. That's what the code needs to do. Okay, we're still going to have an issue where for the final camera launch, this thing will want to take several days instead of several hours of in-game time. But I think I can get around that with just... what am I trying to say? I can get around that by just tapping fast forward to another 10x, and then it should, you know, skip over days pretty quickly. So the question is still, why didn't it engage the time warp when I wanted it to? Or one of the questions is still, why didn't it engage the time warp when I wanted it to? But... Okay. Oh, and the other thing that I need to look at is the Agena script itself to try to make sure that we can... Because, yeah, variance in the solids with this launch profile is giving us a pretty broad AP height. So... I'm not really sure how best to fix some of the issues there. It might be that some of these flights are just going to miss the contract line. And, like, that's okay. We have to fly several of them to get all the science anyway. And there's a lot of science to get. What is this? Not planetary photographer. Filtered by current vessel. There we go, photography 2. You know. And each of these takes 2 hours. So there's like 22 hours worth of science here. And each flight is only like 8 hours, so it's going to be at least 3 of them. Yeah, 2.5 samples at 2 hours. So I guess this has 5 hours worth of film on it. So it's like 5 launches to get it all. There we go, 157 by 191. And we still didn't time warp for some reason. I wonder if I need a wait in between the power down and when we warp, because we're getting that insufficient avionics message, and I wonder if that's canceling the time warp. All right, let's skip ahead. Let's turn off Chatterer. All right. Well, this almost certainly is in that weird thing where it needs me to open this. Oh no, photography's still running. Battery's good. Why did we... Oh, it is depleted. Never mind. It figured itself out, like right as it refreshed. Good for it. Question is, are we... This is supposed to be doing stuff. Oh, right. I need to open the part. Oh, that's going to be... There we go. Again, it needs to have that transfer data here control, which means that I need to open that part so that it refreshes this view. Same with this one that I had to open so it could see it's depleted. This is an issue with Kerbalism and KOS, and I don't really know how best to deal with it. So this is going to drift itself up at 4x time warp all the way to AP. Which is going to take like 10 real-world minutes at this rate. Probably this orbit is close enough to a circle that I just shouldn't even bother having it wait. We look in the code. Lock steering to ship retrograde. Get all of this out. Wait until steering locked. And then deorbit and stage. Yeah, let's do this. Because this is very close to a circular orbit no matter what. But what I will do is cancel the auto time warp here. And forget what this wanted, but... Yeah, steering is still locked, so it'll realign itself retrograde. Go back to 4x. And the script should just take itself over where it was. All right, our PE is not as deep as I would like it to be. I would prefer a more deeply negative PE, but so we might need more kick on this stage for the PE to be lower. And also, like I said, this might not be aerodynamically stable. I might have to, like, clip everything down inside this film canister to actually make it stable. Which is fine. It's supposed to be up inside it anyway. That's how the thing was actually designed. Yeah, that seems like... it's exactly what I don't want. Yeah. Let's go to vehicle assembly. The issue is I still need to be able to, like, access that avionics thing and right-click on it so that the transfer works. So that's also going to be fun. Right, I need my little... I'm going to actually move this down just a little bit, so I have a little bit more of a gap in there, so I can right-click on that when I need to. But also, like, looking at this, center of mass is, yeah, super low. And I can, like, push that up to 100. But we also just want to take this thing and, like, do that. As you can see, it's actually hollow up inside. Well, maybe you can't. But if I get way zoomed in here, you can see that it's actually, like, sliding over. It is hollow inside, like it's supposed to be. Just the node is at the bottom instead of at the top. Unless it does have a second internal node, but no, it doesn't. So yeah, we want to take this, and with that mass offset and this, slide it kind of down like that. And then double our thrust here. Probably I should be using a different engine for deorbit. Looking at delta V, 4 of these was what, 474 meters a second? Can we do better than that? Almost certainly. Okay, that's too much. Yeah, the Mercury retros are a little beefier. A single baby sergeant is pretty comparable. You know, maybe I do just do... Except we'll do like 6 of them. We won't go all the way up to 8. 600 meters a second. That should help. And then that clips on. And we offset it downwards. And the problem is, now I can't right-click on... I can't open the PAW for the avionics anymore. Is something that I was afraid of. So this has to be high enough up so that I can still, up in space, get up in here zoomed in like this and go like doink. So we're gonna have to see if I can actually do that and get the PAW open in the with this design. But the center of mass should be better, and that should, well, if we're lucky, it'll do the right thing with its aerodynamic stability. You know, I could also put in between the avionics and this pod a small tank that's just filled with like lead ballast, and that would keep the center of mass pushed further up, but that's also adding extra mass to the whole system. So I'd rather skip that part if I can. All right, let's try this. One second. I want to... I'm looking at... Here, let's flip it over so you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, module, parent, parts... Creating GUIs, skin pop-up window. No, I don't see anything. I was hoping there was a way to like open the PAW from within KerboScript. Nope, there does not appear to be. Okay, that's too bad. Yeah. Someone really needs to, and it probably needs to be me, write some Kerbalism KOS bridge code so that KOS can read the internals of Kerbalism parts more precisely. Basically, we need to have the part module come out as, like, its own type of part, right? That'll tell us, like, let us interact with the Kerbalism science stuff the way you can interact with the stock science stuff here. But until that gets done... Alright. Well, that's something to think about. Maybe I'll do a... I've talked about this before. But, before we run this sim, Twitch is telling me that it is ad o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ads, and I'm going to get myself another cup of tea. And when we come back, we can go ahead and refly this sim, and hopefully... As long as I can get to this, that's the heat shield, get to the avionics from the flight scene, and the center of mass is high enough up, we should be okay. Those are the two questions. And that's what we need to test in the next sim flight. All right, I will see everyone in 3 minutes. All right, we are back, and we're ready to sim this. So just to reiterate, the changes from before are, we've pushed the center of mass up into the film bucket more, so hopefully it comes in nose first. We have... Did I adjust the script? I don't remember if I did a script adjustment for here. We did. We adjusted the script so it didn't wait until apoapsis, because this is a pretty circular orbit, so it's not really necessary. And we added a little more oomph to the deorbit solids because they seemed a little underpowered. This heatsink film bucket is much happier with a steeper trajectory than a shallower one, so we really want to get that. Yeah. So I think with all those changes, we're ready to fly this thing again. And hopefully, if this works, then we need to fly the other mission first, and then we can queue this one up, because we will need to make some changes to the launch complex. Solids dropped, no issues. $150, exactly where we want to be orbit-wise. This is gonna time warp up to... I think it's set at 30 seconds. I might set this to start burning a little bit sooner. It's not strictly necessary, but... Because, yeah, 71 seconds of burn time, and this starts burning at 30, so we should really start burning at 35 with this much fuel. Oh, and the thing I wanted to check is, can I see avionics? Yes. So I need to pin this one, and I need to pin this one. And having these both pinned should, fingers crossed, mean that the script will always get the up-to-date versions of these. So however many, you know. However many, when we're out of the film samples, it should see that this one says depleted right away. Whoa! What was that? What happened? Okay. What did I do? Oh. So this has this wait until AP and PE are higher than target alt. And I think on this, KH1, that target alt is set to 150. Yeah, and we can see, wherever our periapsis is, this 146. We got stuck at 146 and then pushed the AP out. Okay. So this is the same issue I was having with Able, where, like, what you want is the AP and PE, like, either you keep running until... What am I trying to say? Because the PE here is only 146, the script is just keep continuing to burn. It's pushing out the AP higher and higher and higher because the PE is never going up. And what I wanted to say is, okay, your AP is there, your PE is never going to hit it. What I found with the Able script, and I think is also a problem here, is that the AP... You can sometimes push up your AP on this side a little bit, and if you're right on the cusp of hitting the number, then you'll also... You know, you can't just say, oh, wait until AP is above when AP starts below, because if you push it up just over the cusp, it goes above, you cut out the engines, and your PE is still, you know, inside the planet. So there's a... I guess what I could say is wait until they're both above 140, and at least one of them is above the target, but that also sucks. And if, you know, it's easy here when PE gets ahead of us to say, okay, AP is the further one away. Yeah, what we really want is we want to say whichever node is furthest away needs to be above the threshold. Whether furthest away means close to us or just behind us. The other thing I could do is check if the orbit structure has like an average altitude that I could look at. Maybe that's just all I should be looking at. Orbit. Apoapsis, periapsis, period, inclination. Lan. No. Oh, you know what? Yeah. We can do this. We can do this. I've figured some things out. All right. Let's global function local. So no, it's going to be if ETA prograde is greater than ETA, not prograde. All right. So if the time to apoapsis is greater than the time to periapsis, then that means that periapsis is next, but apoapsis could be right behind us, and we're still closer to apoapsis. And in that case, our opposite is still the periapsis. So what I want is it's going to be like local since AP is orbit period minus if since AP is less than the time to the periapsis. Yeah. Okay. So if we're closer to the AP, then what we care about is and then on the other side, if the periapsis is next, if the apoapsis is next, then we check the time since periapsis. If that's shorter, then that means that we're closer to the periapsis. We've passed it, but it's like right behind us. And our altitude is the apoapsis. Otherwise, there we go. This is terrible. And I think I probably want all these OBTs to be like ship orbit, not just any old orbit. And what this says is keep burning until the node that's furthest away from you hits this altitude. And that should be the node on the other side. So whether we came in a little bit above or below this target altitude on the initial side doesn't matter. Just keep burning. That'll either be the apoapsis or the periapsis eventually, and it'll hit this target. Think this is what I want. I don't love it, but wait until orbit altitude is greater than target altitude. But this will probably also work for the able-derived stage as well. Do I love this? Absolutely not. But I think it's okay. All right, let's fly this, and let's see if this does anything at all like what I think it's supposed to do. Have to wait until we're further up to be able to zoom in that close, I think. The center of the camera floats around the center of mass, and it's just too far down the booster to pull open the other action window. But once we're up a little further, I should be able to do it. There it is. All right, in this case, we came in above our target orbital altitude anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Those are not coming out of the right spots on the engines, are they? They're all offset in slightly different ways. Well, at least we know it didn't accidentally pick apoapsis height when it should have picked the periapsis height. Yeah, and it still thinks it's under acceleration. So I might need to wait just like 1 second there instead of 0. Just so it gives itself a little more time before it tries to time warp for the engine to burn out or whatever. Oop, Chatterer. All right, and let's start skipping further ahead, and let's see if this thing... 1 hour. Three hours. It should have about 5 hours of film, but it's going to be waiting through some of the spots. Depleted. And yet, it did not do its thing right. Oh, that's because it doesn't have a warp 0. Well, that's a problem. Aligning for return. I don't know why. If we actually tumbled, it looks like we did. It looks like we had a torque. And I'm not sure why. That concerns me. I'll have to double check our center of mass in the VAB. It also seems to think the ship is under acceleration, which I guess is because of the tumble. Although you can see our center of mass is way at the front, so that's good. The question is this going to be a steep enough re-entry? The tumbling worries me. I guess I could spin stabilize it before deploying it. That might help with the tumble. But it does need to be able to, flip itself over once it's in the atmosphere. So maybe it doesn't matter. All right, 2x. I don't want to time warp too quickly, like as it starts to get further into the atmosphere. Because I don't want to miss the actual re-entry here. But those first few tens of kilometers are kind of slow. All right. And we lost our parachute. It is aligning itself, but we lost the parachute. Nope. We lost the film bucket too. All right. Ugh. So, we're going to have to do some science here. Okay. I made sure that it turns off the time warp before it tries to deorbit, and I added the, what am I trying to say? I added the... I added the time warp so it slows down, and I changed the Agena stage to start burning a little bit sooner so it's closer to halfway around its burn time. There we go. Those are the words I was looking for. Okay. So this is all awful, as it turns out. What I think I want to do... is something like this. Because, yeah, I can still get up into the avionics there. But if we check the center of mass... check the center of... Oh! I did have a slight Z offset still. There we go. Yeah, and then I can set this Y offset to something manageable. Yeah. That looks good. And then the parachutes, I think, should work right. I'm not 100% certain about that, but let's take this off. Let's make sure that this thing is fully applied. Because I think the parachutes will go through without any issues. I think they'll clip just fine. There we go. So we need that to be down like there. Then deorbit engines. Which are still only like 600 meters a second, but this time it won't tumble. So we should get a much better deorbit. And then we bring this down. Again, we still need our little bit of a gap so that we can select the procedural avionics as needed. And then we double check all of our staging. Looks good. Let's save this again and let's re-fly it. Actually, there's one more thing I want to change in the code. Lock throttle 1, stage. Turn RCS off. It doesn't matter if it burns a little extra RCS when it's... I was going to turn it off so it would save RCS fuel, but I don't think it actually matters. Okay. This is maybe the right thing. I don't know. I've been working on this thing for an hour and a half now, so I hope I'm getting close. And then if we're lucky, we'll get an underperforming launch on one of these. And we'll get to see what happens, you know, when we're at like 145 at AP, now that I've changed the code. It gives me hope that it did the right thing and it seemed to pick the other side consistently. It was pushing the PE up. But in the case where the PE and the AP will need to like swap places to push one of them out, I want to see if it works in that case. But I think this one's going to be a pretty high AP again. Yeah. Yeah, 180. Oof. All right, open this one and open this one. And turn off Chatterer before that starts to drive me crazy. And open our terminal. There we go. We really don't need the flight recorder. All right. And then I'm intentionally, the script doesn't fast forward through this because I was having issues hitting target orbits with even a 4x time warp. All right. And then we time warp. Waiting. Oh. Transferring data. Aligning for return. There we go. That's a much cleaner, flatter burn. We're not tumbling. We've got, well, we lost our connection, so I can't actually see the data. That's okay. And then we just have to make sure that, like, when the parachute is up inside this thing like this, that it actually works. Which I think it will. I think the parachutes themselves clip. Or don't clip, or whatever. They'll go through. They'll go through the sides. Hey, and it doesn't think it's under acceleration this time. Also good. We are coming in past... I have no idea where we are. Oh. Okay. Cool. And it is trying to align itself prograde, it looks like. Center of mass, center of lift is working out. Sort of. It's a little wibbly-wobbly. But I think everything is still shielded. And that's what matters. But the question is this going to overheat? Because this is a pretty shallow re-entry. It's a pretty shallow re-entry. Okay. So we need a lot more delta V in our kickback to Earth, then, is what I'm seeing. These little separation motors are just insufficient. And that's fine. That is well within the capabilities of this thing. It is for me to say, screw that. I mean, certainly, this is an option. It seems like a lot, but it is an option. Another one might be like a 3x Baby Sergeant. Although those are actually too long. Yeah, that's the other thing, is fitting whatever engines we choose into this. Probably the GCRC is getting to be a little too long as well. Yeah. I'm not going to try to center that. Doubling these only gets us up to like 800 meters a second, though, from our 600. So, like, this is not the right tool for this job. Well, there's that. Basically, the whole thing is now solid rocket motor, which is not necessarily accurate, but... That is not a small solid game. But that is like 2,000 meters a second delta V, which is maybe more than we need. I don't know. I liked the Baby Sergeant cluster as just like 1,000 meters a second of delta V instead of 2,000. There we go. Yeah, 1,100. Those clip up inside nicely too. Yeah, it'd have to go pretty high for them to start poking out. Again, we need to leave enough space. All right, let's sim this. Let's see if we can get that more deeply negative periapsis at D orbit. Okay, what are we at? 175. I mean, we're doing fine as far as the... Ooh. Oh, no, that's fine. We drift. That's normal. It's weird that we're tumbling this much, but I think the drift is normal. Yeah, and at 45, it'll realign itself, prograde. Turned on the engine a little early there, but that's okay. That, pin it, and open this one and pin it. There we go. Negative 3,000. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. I forgot to turn off Chatterer again. All right, something's wrong there. That should not have done that. It's probably one of those things where it doesn't know that it's issued a steering command yet. Good. $100, $10, $20, $30, $40. So we are high enough. $160. Yeah, this thing is kicking itself sideways pretty consistently now. Cool, new problems. Let's pin that. Not you. Pin that. Get ourselves burning. I could probably have this do something like time warp until the PE is no longer negative or something like that. That might get it to stop on time, but we've really only got a couple of frames between PE negative to PE 0 to PE, 200, and then we're too far. So I'm really concerned about setting up time warp for this stage. All right, 150 by 170. What the heck? That definitely did not wait 1 when it locked steering retro. I don't understand. Set warp to 0. Oh, wait until... I need to wait until the warp is stabilized here. That's part of the problem. Okay. Yeah. Wait until Kuniverse time warp is settled. Let's grab that. Then do the transfer. Then you can try to align retrograde. Wait 1. Wait until steering locked. Okay. Let's fly this one more time. Okay. And we're doing this whole part again. We've seen this like 3 times. Hopefully, if we're lucky, I fixed the bugs around getting out of time warp after the science is done. In this one, and in this one, because that's what I always have to do. And we should be getting into orbit momentarily. Thanks, Chatterer. Love it. I really just need to uninstall Chatterer. That still didn't seem like it was super stable when it fired this off. What the heck? Like, it clearly gets itself pointed retrograde, but maybe I just need to pass in a more aggressive steering locked parameter. Do the extra locked version that I've used a couple of times with more aggressive thresholds. Because I'm going to bet that this is still going to burn up. Like, this needs to be negative, like, 1500 to not blow up. So maybe we do need to go for, like, the full-on GCRC as our deorbit engine. So it's trying real hard to get itself prograde. Getting down to 70. And yeah, this is going to overheat. No question. All right, let's go back to the VAB. Let's try the GCRC. I've also got the script change, but I think even without the script change, this is not deeply negative enough PE. So, yeah, let's do that. And fine adjust. A little bit of a gap so I can right click on that in the flight scene. All right. Yeah. Rated for LEO reentries with a deeply negative PE. And we're just not getting that deep negative PE that we needed. So changes this time, the much bigger deorbit engine, and also the more aggressive wait until steering locked. And hopefully between those two fixes, we can see this thing survive re-entry. Because this pod should be able to survive a re-entry from, 150, 200 kilometers. We just have to get that periapsis in. 120, 130, 156-ish. I wish I knew why this thing's tumbling, but that's all right. It'll wake itself up and align, so it doesn't really matter. All right, I want to pin these avionics too because I want to see the shutdown state. All right. Burning. Hopefully this new upper stage engine isn't too heavy and it can still get itself into the orbit that it needs. I'm getting nervous. Four, three, two, one. It's trying. It's using the RCS. Okay. So the GCRC is too heavy. I don't know how it determines that we have electric charge for 8 hours. That's such a weird thing. This is not going to work, by the way. It's going to try real hard, but we're not going to get up to 150, or even 140 for that matter. Yeah. Okay. So we need a little bit more delta V. Ugh. What I didn't do was switch this over to the new... Nah, that doesn't really help. Which doesn't really surprise me. It might still be worth doing, getting the avionics upgrade for price reasons. Yeah. But it's not a big deal here. Alright, so the issue is our stages below our return stage don't have the oomph. Don't think there's a lot that we can do with these stages up here to change that. They are as as minimal as they get. So I think either I need to run this at like half fuel, which 87, 89 plus 590, that might be enough, honestly. 1264 meters a second of return. The other option is to go back to this and hope that the changes that I made to the script so that it tries to align better will make this thing actually work correctly. Because right now, yeah, there we go. So, like, that's pretty comparable to running the GCRC at half and looking at our delta V of the stages below is also pretty comparable. So, which one's cheaper? That's a question. 150 versus 90 plus whatever the cost of fuel is. Doesn't matter. Okay. All right. And I think in both cases, pretty much the whole mass of the engine is the fuel, so it doesn't really matter. Well, maybe if we've got the script fixed so that it will actually point itself before it launches the thing, then we'll be in good shape. Yeah, so we power up the Agena, RCS on, lock steering, wait 1, and then wait until steering locked. It really seems like it skipped this much more quickly than I was expecting it to, and it really wasn't locked. So we're going to try with this tighter epsilon for steering locked, and we're going to see if that lets it actually align itself. But we will do that after the break, because Twitch is telling me that it's time to run ads again. So I'll see everybody in 3 minutes, and we'll fly this thing one more time. All right, let's do this. All right. Let's see if we get... That tumble is still really wigging me out. All right, let's zoom in here. Well, give this a few more seconds, and as soon as it... There we go. Stabilizes. I can grab the... Nope, not the cluster. Not that either. There we go. That's what I wanted. I might have to give it a few more seconds as well on the on that phase to get itself pointed prograde, since it's been tumbling consistently now. I'm not sure what I changed that makes it tumble consistently, but... Okay, so... I'm a little worried that we still don't have enough delta V. It's going to be closer, but it's not going to be great. Oh, ooh, nope, it worked. Cool. And we're just going to time warp. It's going to align itself. What? See that? Why is it doing that? That's what I don't understand. Because we were still very, very off from steering locked. Because steering locked is like making sure that our angular velocity is less than this epsilon, right? Which is going to be 0.001 like degrees per second or whatever it is. We're pitching way faster than that. And that is what's concerning me about this, is that this doesn't seem like it wants to be locked. Even with this more aggressive epsilon. Yeah, pitch error, yaw error. The angular error in the pitch and the yaw. Okay, and we were off again by several degrees when it staged and fired. I'm very confused about this part. I mean, I can make this wait like 20 seconds. Which will almost certainly be long enough to make sure that it gets itself aligned. But, like, that's not how this is supposed to work. Because our delta V is just not going into deorbiting us because we're shooting off in the wrong direction. I'm really not sure what's different about this particular place where we're waiting compared to other programs we've flown. I'm also not sure what's going on with my frame rate. This is cool. Do we have something like printing in a loop? Nope. That's concerning. Let's go back to the VAB. KSP has 14 gigs resident. Glad I have 64 gigs of RAM, but we might be on the edge of a crash. Never seen KSP with so many threads. It's not well known as being a multi-threaded game. I'm really not sure what's going on right now. Oh, there we go. The VAB is back. Oof. Yeah, even here, we're glitchy. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the main menu, and I'm gonna see if our CPU usage calms down. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna have to restart the game. Because, yeah, this is bad. I'm at, like, 100% CPU usage, and it's all a whole bunch of threads in KSP. Yeah, let's quit all the way to the main menu. And let's see if this can clean itself up. Oh, what joy. Nope. Nope. Still going. There it goes. Ugh. Yeah, KSP still has, like, tons of threads, each using a huge amount of a CPU core each. They're slow. Oh, I was going to say they're slowing down, but they're not. They're popping back up. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to restart the game. At least we were able to get the game saved before it actually crashed hard. That's always good. But this seems early. Usually it takes 3 or 4 hours before we get the first crash. Come on. Have we actually crashed? Not yet. I mean, I think we actually have crashed. KSP is not using any CPU anymore. I think it just hasn't figured out that it's crashed yet. Terminate. Oh, yep, there we go. System decore dump popped up. That's the... It crashed. All right, game is coming back up. It's going to take a couple of minutes to fully load. I'm going to go ahead and hit the ad button. I know we just had an ad break, but if I run it, then it pushes out the next time Twitch makes me run an ad for the extra, 20 minutes. And that will just mean that we'll have a full hour to work on what we need to be working on. So I'm going to step away real quick while that runs, and I'll see everybody when the game is back up. All right, we're back in. There's still like a minute left on the Twitch ad break. That's fine. Before I get back into what we were working on, I think it makes sense. Oh, modded KSP and crashes never changes. Yep, indeed. Okay, what I want to do is everything here. I'm going to load these up. If they are still transmitting science, that's fine. Anything that's not transmitting science, I want to terminate. And that will hopefully take a little bit of pressure off of, like, the save and reverts that are happening as part of simming things. And that might stabilize the system a little bit. You know, if having half a dozen satellites is enough to destabilize it, that's going to stink when I need a comm array, but let's fly each of these and let's get them each deorbited. All right, so I'm pretty sure these biosample ones we can just deorbit. I'm just going to check one of them. But yeah, this is nothing, right? There's nothing running here. I'm surprised it has power. Oh, it doesn't have power. Okay, good. Yeah, neither of these have power. They can both be deorbited. All right, so you're gone. You're gone. Sun Sync might still be transmitting science? Question mark? Let's check it. Yeah, magnetic scan is still running. So this is still going to be transmitting science. Yep. Just slowly but surely spitting out science. That's fine then. This one can stay where it is. Juno 1P. This was our polar/solar satellite, I think. Yes. Is this still transmitting any science? Who knows? Let's loop around and let's see if we can connect to a ground station. Maybe this one will get close enough? Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, this is in, like, the worst possible spot to try to get a comm signal, isn't it? It's not, like, crossing anything. These ones, maybe? Nope. Well, if it never makes a connection, then there's no way it can possibly be transmitting science. All right, let's let this swing around a couple more times, and I'm hopeful that we can connect to Troll Station as it loops around here. Because that's very close to our periapsis. It's like right underneath us. If this doesn't work, I don't know what else we can possibly connect to. So it's possible this probe is dead. In which case, I may as well turn it off, because it's certainly not gonna... ever return any science. I'm just surprised that it's so completely dead that we can't get a signal off of it. Oh, it is 2 years, 56 days old, though. Yeah, if this is still trying to send science back, we have problems. Let's kill this one. And then... yeah, so Sunsync is still sending... yeah, these other ones are, like, years old. There's no way either of these is still sending science, right? Let's double-check Explorer 1, but it should have broadcast everything a long time ago. Yeah, all of these are done. It shouldn't have any data. Here we go. This one can connect, though. And auto... oh, it's still trying to upload. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. All right. Well, that's Kerbalism being bad at doing things in fast forward and long-term missions. And maybe this thing just not staying in connection range frequently enough during fast time warps. But, yep. Still broadcasting. Alright, well, I guess I'll leave this one then. Or I'll put Cosmic Ray Science on something else eventually and obsolete this one. But that's fine. We're down to only 2 probes running in the background instead of half a dozen. I'm still confused about why I was having issues getting the... well, let's just refly the last state of things and see what it does. That's... oh, I didn't check if it was daytime out. Let's find out. Okay. What I'm hoping to see, close the flight recorder, is... I don't even remember. Right, I was still trying to figure out why it seemed like our deorbit burn was not properly waiting for alignment. Because I've used that steering locked function a lot, and it generally works. but I added a different, well, I added a wait. So it's just going to wait a while when it tries to point retro, which is hopefully enough to keep it, to make sure that it's stable before it does the deorbit burn. Because I want to see if this ship design is actually, you know, capable of getting a deep enough retrograde. And then we can debug the script some more. But I don't want to be messing with debugging the script if our retro engines are still under-spec'd for the actual mission. Like, I don't think they are. I think 1,000 meters a second delta V should be plenty to get us that deep negative. You know, if we look at whatever our negative is when this crosses the 1100 threshold, you know, it's going to be minus 2,000-ish, yeah. So this upper stage should be able to push our PE pretty low. Right. Transferring data to return capsule, which needs me to open this for Kerbalism to do its thing. Well, the weight 20 definitely is helping, because it's actually aligning itself instead of just blasting out the pod when it's while it's whipping around. But I still don't know why that weight 20 is necessary. Alright, and now we have to wait for the rest of the weight 20 to go out. I wasn't actually counting seconds. Yeah, negative 1,800. This should be fine. Where are we? Are we coming in over the Arctic or the Antarctic? The Antarctic. And then it'll be up over... All right. Let's see if this is deep enough now for this thing to not burn up. Come on, dump your speed, dump your speed, dump your speed! What did we lose? Not even close. All right. Back to vehicle assembly. It is a heat sink. It's the first tech level heat shield. With my avionics and, well, everything clipped up way into its guts, but like that's fine. It's hollow. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be used. But I know the first stage ones need pretty negative PEs, but my first orbital return with a doing the advanced biocapsule, like, it was fine at like a negative 1500 PE. But admittedly, that was a higher AP, so it may have come in, you know, higher eccentricity coming in steeper. So I might need this thing to just come in with an even higher eccentricity, which means more retro thrust. It's spending too much time in the atmosphere, in the thinner parts of the atmosphere, and it's heating up too much before it can dump speed, right? That's how these heat sinks work. So yeah, I think that's the thing, is we're just gonna have to try more negative, which means bigger engines. I did do some with the GCRC before, but I think I found I didn't quite have the Delta V to get to orbit when I was trying to use the GCRC. What do I want? Fine adjust. Slide that up. Slide that down. Oh, I should make sure that our... Yeah, let's do this right. Slide this down a little further. Slide this one so that stuff is as far up as it goes without clipping in. Then this one can go, well, based on where this one needs to go. But yeah, this whole thing was a little too heavy, I think I found. Yeah, we only have like 8,500 meters a second. Well, exactly 9,000 if you count the boosters, but I don't. Which is just not enough. And like, I can bring this down to like half fuel, but now we're at where we were before, and as far as like return Delta V. One thing I know I can do is bring down the battery size on this pretty significantly. And that didn't help that much, did it? 2867, half the battery is 2888. Yeah. So this is kind of where I'm at right now. And it might be I just need to wait for 1959 orbital rocketry, and I can use the slightly, you know, the actual operational Agena engine. Because right now, this is the prototype. The Model 117. And I think, I mean, if I design this around a BA1 instead... No, it would be the BA3? There's, like, multiple ones that come along. BA5, that's the one I want. That'll come with 1959 orbital rocketry. Rated burn time 120. Move all tanks. Fill for the Agena. Yeah, and then that's, quite a bit more Delta V on the Agena if you have an actual Agena. And like that right there, that's enough, right? Like this gets us to well, and then we have to do like do like that, because it's heavier now with the extra fuel. But this probably is capable of doing what we needed to do. Even fully fueled. I would be willing to bet that if we wait for 59 orbital rocketry, this is not going to be a problem. Let's fly it. Because that gives us another 1,000 meters a second of deorbit delta V, and that'll make this thing a lot steeper. And if we have to wait for 1959 orbital rocketry, like, so be it. I can look at the other contracts and find out if there's something I can do in the interim. Or worst case, we just, like, skip ahead of 10. But I always try to be flying something, right? One of the reasons that this whole thing failed in my first attempt was because I wasn't keeping my reputation up and keeping my subsidy up, and I couldn't hire researchers, and I just fell way, way, way behind on tech. So, like, I want to be flying contracts. I don't want to just be skipping ahead years and years. But if the 59 orbital rocketry tech can come relatively soon, then that's interesting. Why are we so... Oh, of course we're low. Our Aegina stage is way heavier, so our gravity turn needs to be way less steep. That's a... Of course. Why is the camera overheating? Because we're going horizontal at 70 kilometers. Another thing I could try, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be enough to eke out the extra delta V we need, is this contract only needs an inclination above 70, and I'm trying to go into 90 because we'll get the most science from, you know, potentially hitting every biome, you know, in a fully polar orbit. But we could save a few meters a second by going into like a 75 degree instead of a 90 degree orbit. Ooh. All right, well, we want to go a little bit less steep than this even. Our AP is only like 140. So we might not even get into orbit. All right, so I've tweaked that for the next one. I just want to see how this does. This is a 2-minute burn now, so... ...90 seconds... does look like we're going to hit half of the burn at just about AP, so that's good. Also, I could have made this tank slightly larger. This is rated for 2 minutes. I should have made this like 130 seconds instead of a 2-minute burn, but the point is to demonstrate that the tech boost makes this contract very feasible, and if that is true, then I'll fine-tune the actual construction. But I want to make sure that, like, the GCRC is enough return delta V and things like that. But, so we just crossed the GCRC's delta V on return. We also just crossed back into the atmosphere, which is funny, but nope, that's not an orbit. 150 by 120, huh? A for effort ship. Okay. I already changed the script to tilt up the gravity turn even a little bit further. So hopefully that gets us back into that like 150 to 180 range. And we'll be good there. But we're above the car. Yeah. Turns out the Kármán line is a lie. This is gonna go... Ooh, okay. That's okay. 180's okay. The ceiling for this contract is 200, so... Alright, now we wait again. Here, I can do this by hand, a little bit of time warp. Cool. And I forgot to turn off Chatterer again. Oh! I forgot to pin this. My least favorite interaction between KOS and Kerbalism continues to bite me. Can I get that? There we go. Alright, align retro. And Right. Wait the remaining 15 seconds. All right. Let's see what this does. Whenever it decides to fire. Come on. All right, minus 3,000. That is significantly deeper than our last attempts. And we got lucky, and that did end up going basically at AP, so this is like best case. Our AP and our PE are never going to be that consistent with the script that I'm running for this rocket, but... All right, points itself prograde. That's good. It's still passively stable. Yeah, it would be higher if I waited till AP. I pulled that weight out of the script because I got sick of waiting for it on every orbit, but like, oh, man. These shallow orbits are a lot harder to return from than the steeper orbits. Like, if we go back to the vehicle assembly and I look at what I was flying before, the D-orbit delta V of that was not anywhere near this. It was a very different probe design, but also... You know, our D-orbit delta V on this thing was 640 meters a second, and we're up to like over 2,000. I'm cutting so much more energy out of the orbit. But I think this also, and I'd have to fly this again to double check it. I guess I could just run the sim. But like, I think this puts itself in a much higher orbit. This contract for the film return has the contract for the film return has a very low ceiling, right? We have to be below 200. And yeah, well, it's the same part. It's just a different shape. And it's possible that there's something up with that film shape, but it is the same adjustable heat shield part. I mean, obviously the shape is going to affect the aerodynamics, and it's at a much larger scale, so it's, you know, coming in differently, but... You know, I'm curious. I'm gonna see what the eccentricity is for this return, because I didn't record that. Supposed to be doing that? Did I change this code since I flew this, and I've got it doing something silly? Maybe. Maybe is the answer. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work right at all. Yeah, I did change this. Shoot. What was my altitude on this before? One second. Let's see what altitude the first stage leaves us in, and I'll fix the script for something around there. It's trying to get itself back down to that 200,000 AP, because apparently I tried to use this same script before for the keyhole. And, that's not gonna work. Alright, where does this first stage leave us off? At like 600. Okay. So that's what we'll say is our target altitude. 600. But yeah, that linger time in the atmosphere is really what's biting me with the heat sink on the other pod. And I'm not really sure how to get that pod much lighter. You know, it's a parachute, it's a heat shield, and it's an avionics with like 3 units of electricity in it because it just has to last through re-entry. There's really nothing else going on. You know, if I wait for 1959 solids, you know, I get a bigger potential deorbit motor as an option, but now I'm waiting multiple tech nodes to get this contract done, and I feel like this contract is supposed to be achievable, like, about where I'm at right now. Yeah, okay, this is going to try to bring the orbit down a little bit, but not a ton. Huh. Well, that was also a weird launch. Why is all my stuff... Oh yeah, this script assumes that it could get itself aligned within 10 seconds. That was not going to happen with this orbit. All right. I'm done messing with this. At any rate. Whoops. I accidentally double-clicked. I mean, we need a steeper re-entry, or there's something weird with the film bucket model specifically, and I need to be using a different heat shield model. Like, those are kind of the two options. But I do feel like, I mean, the difference between the eccentricity of a 600 by minus 1800 and a 200 by minus 1800 is pretty big. So that's definitely part of what is biting me. I'm just not really sure how to get this to have a steeper return without... Because, like... Go. Make sure that's not poking through the top. Yeah, maybe that is the problem, is it's too aerodynamic. Of course, now I need, like, a fairing, right? I need to design a whole different return system here if I'm not using the bucket. Which, like, I can do. I can put a fairing over this and have the whole return pod, like, sit inside or something. Because, like, there's really not a lot I can do to make this avionics much lighter. I mean, I probably can take some of that battery power off. 4 hours. Yeah, let's do 1 unit. But, like, the difference is, I mean, okay, a noticeable number of grams. And then... All right, nylon is the lightest, so let's use nylon. And then wanted touchdown speed 9 with 2 parachutes used, 9 with 2 parachutes used. Yeah, this contract has a ceiling of 200 kilometers. Apoapsis below 200. Otherwise, I'd lob it a lot higher, and we'd have a nice steep return, just like the initial. But, like, this thing... Because, yeah, this one is purely the heatsink type. Does Discord have anything to say? Model doesn't affect the thermal mass, but does affect the drag. Yeah. I'm looking at the Discord. I might just be trying to do this a little too soon. The actual Corona buckets were apparently ablative, which makes a lot of sense. So I don't have this heatsink tech. I'm not going to save this. Don't save. But I also am definitely running low on science and need more science before I can think about grabbing that heatsink tech. I could... Well, if I cancel these two, early human spaceflight and digital comms, that probably gives me what I need to grab human-rated EDL. Yeah, that's 26 in total. Plus the 3 I have, 29. So yeah, that would be enough to get better heat shields. I just hate to defer this to even more like tech unlocks, because I'm very nervous about just fast forwarding without getting contracts done. We can launch this one anytime. This one is ready to go. Scripts are tested. So we can at least fly it soon. This one we might be able to do. Getting eccentricity dialed in. But I think at our current tech level, this is probably still going to take a solid kick, and getting eccentricity below 0.005 with a solid sounds awful. Yeah, and this one's even tighter, 0.003. So the other option, if we want to try to tech out of this and work on these, some of these with better tech options, would be to start working on lunar, which is a whole new bag of worms and a bunch of scripting that I have never tried to do before, which is cool. But I have obviously been stalling and trying to put this stuff off. But obviously getting first lunar flyby and first lunar impactor together is, well, one, a whole bunch of reputation, but also should give us heaps of science. Impactor probe must be at least 40 kilograms. Destination the moon. Impact the moon of a speed of at least 2,450 meters a second. Alright. Maybe that's what I should be working on, is lunar stuff instead of some of these other things. It'll certainly get me a lot of science. Ugh. Because, yeah, I was kind of relying on Where is it? I don't actually see the... I'm losing my mind. Yeah, photography 2 is researched. Why is this not showing me... Photography 2. kOS-only no? Well... whatever. Photography 2. Yeah. Like, this is a lot of science. This is nearly 50 science points, and I was kind of relying on this to be my big infusion, would be flying these photography probes. So if that's not gonna work, then we're gonna need a different plan. Some of that could be doing stuff in, like, space high. Various probes will give us, you know, some amount of space high science. Actually, that's enough to get the next heat shields. I think our next probe will give us enough science for the next heat shields. Alright, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel digital comms. I'm going to cancel early human spaceflight. We're going to take human-rated EDL to get us real heat shields. Don't really need digital comms yet to do lunar. It would be nice to have them, but I'll hold on to it. What I actually want to grab is early flight control, which will give us better RCS thrusters and things like that. I don't think I need crew survivability. No. Not yet, anyway. But early flight control gives us the Agena equipment rack and an RCS upgrade. And that is what we are going to want there for actually finishing a proper Agena. Okay. So if we pull human-rated EDL up, we're going to do 59 orbital rocketry and then human-rated EDL. Which pushes us out all the way... Well, it's only July of 59. That pushes us to 60... February of 60. So, about 6 more months of tech research. But if we're lucky, we may only need human-rated EDL. So let's go back to... Let's find out if I accidentally overwrote this. Let's open whatever version of this I had saved. Ah, this is the stretched Agena. Shoot. Okay. Go back to the Model 117. Yeah, 70 seconds. That's what we want. And let me fix the Agena script so that it knows that it is a 35-second or a 70-second burn and not the 120-second burn. And then we get this out of the way. Baby sergeants that I was using? I think it was. Yeah, about 1100 meters a second delta V. That sounds familiar. And then this thing Make it a mercury heat shield. Let's see how this flies. If that ablative heat shield is all we need, then I'll just push that ablative heat shield tech up to the top of the list. If this still, like, dies on re-entry, then we'll play with some other things, but... But yeah, apparently in the real world, these film buckets were an ablative style heat shield, so maybe that's all we need. $160, beautiful. All right, 30 seconds left on the burn. Chatterer. I really need to just uninstall Chatterer. Oh god, and our time warp is screwed up. I need to remember to open this window. And... that one as well. There we go. Yeah, as long as we're over a completed biome, there's no way for us to query Kerbalism that I've been able to find to see that we're out of film. We have to just wait until we're over a not completed biome, and then this will flip from waiting to depleted. Yep, there we go. Now it figured itself out. Aligning for return. And again, I could make this wait until AP, but this is pretty close to circular. Yeah. Only negative 1800 this time. So, as far as I can tell, Kerbalism doesn't even have any KOS integration, unless I just failed at Googling and it's hiding somewhere. But basically, Kerbalism's the way that I'm interfacing with it is I just watch like the status of these elements in the PAW that Kerbalism creates. And these don't even... Yeah, that's the old... I couldn't find an API. If there's one that exists, I would love to use it. And unfortunately, these aren't, like, updated correctly if the PAW is not open. So, like, I can't read depleted unless I open the PAW and see depleted. It's a pain. I've done a little bit of searching, and maybe I need to dig deeper, but there's also a non-zero chance that at some point in the future I get fed up with this, and one of my streams turns into a Watch How Bad Brandon Is at C# stream, and I write my own Kerbalism and KOS integration. I was surprised that one didn't exist. I would have thought that the two mods would have both appealed to the same type of player, but... All right, with an ablative heat shield... Yep, we're starting to char. That's fine. Oh, this is going to be fine, isn't it? Oh. Okay. We're ditching that a little bit too high. That's still pretty warm when we ditch it, but... Yeah, I was also disappointed in not having better prediction APIs from Principia. But yeah, I think it shouldn't be that hard to be able to have the... I mean, what I would want, and this is just going to drift downwards and eventually fire a parachute, and we're going to find out if the parachutes are sized correctly. So, while that's running, I mean, basically what I would want is I'd want to have vessels and parts. You know, we have already these various subclasses of part module, right? Yeah. So, like, whatever, there's already an engine subclass, there's already a science, you know, a sensor subclass. No, that's not what I want. Whatever it is. Science experiment module. So if I could have just a Kerbalism module that's returned when I get a module, then I can, you know, query the Kerbalism internals, right? And we slammed into the ground at 11 meters a second. Is that because I didn't size the parachute for the engines that I had, or is that because I didn't account for the extra mass of the samples, or both? Both is entirely possible. Does this have... No, this doesn't have nylon. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's keep using... What's the cheaper one? Yeah, that's fine. Yep. I did not account for the engines on here properly. Yeah, oh, so I'd have to do a separate add-on. I haven't actually looked at the API. I was hoping that I'd just be able to say, like, this is a separate thing. Like, I know there are add-on... Yeah. You could get a module RT antenna and then the set field on them. So yeah, this is what I would want. Or maybe not. Maybe this relies on Realtek already providing the right things in the PAW. I'm not sure. That would be the other thing, would be to fix Kerbalism so that its use of the PAW is less weird, and it, like, actually sets module fields normally and displays information like a normal part of the game. But that might be harder than making it an add-on. But yeah, if I could just... I guess just something in the add-ons namespace, and then it could at least take the part and query what I needed from it. Right. No. That would be a different thing. Like, fixing the PAW, but, like... What I was hoping I could do, and I don't know if the add-ons API supports this, is, again, you know, there's already, like... When you get certain parts, you get extra information on them. But if the only thing that I have access to is the add-ons namespace, then I'm going to have to, you know, I guess like this, right? Delay of vessel. It would be, you know, is empty of part module, and it'll return that. And that's fine. It's not the nicest API, but it would work. You know, ideally, like I said, I would want to be able to make a new subclass of part module, right? Just like there's already an engine, and if you get an engine, you can do extra things other than just the normal PAW access, right? And there's already one for the built-in science experiment module. I'd love to have one for the Kerbalism science module, but I don't know if you can actually do this through the add-on API. Install servers for the provided part. Okay, so this would also work, is have like a experiments of part add-on, and then that returns a bunch of Kerbalism experiment or whatever. But it's kind of sad that that doesn't work automatically. Oh no, this one looks like it does. Most of the time, they inherit all suffixes, get an extra toggle suffix. Okay, so this one, the D-Magic Orbital Science, does change the science experiment module. So we might be able to do what I want there, but yeah, unfortunately, as far as I can tell, Kerbalism does not have any sort of built-in kOS integration, and because its use of the PAW is so weird, my code is weird to deal with it. Yeah. There's probably going to be a Kerbalism kOS integration stream sometime soon, because this is all funky. doing this string matching and then having them not update unless I have the PAW open, so it can't actually track the event. It's a mess. Okay, so what was I working on? Parachute. I had to resize the parachutes. That's a little too low, apparently. Yeah, I need just enough of a gap that I can... Because I have to be able to open this PAW on the avionics for interactions with Kerbalism to work, I need to have that little slice that I can get through. Okay. I think this will work. I think this just needs... I need to resim to make sure that the changed parachute is good. But... the heat shield seems to have done the trick. And if that is the case, then... Oh, actually, I'm going to make one more change to the script. And then I'm going to reload the scene just in case. The quick change to the script is just setting the parachute deployment altitude a little bit lower. Because we were still pretty warm at 35 kilometers. So we don't want to ditch the heat shield just yet. Open so that it actually can find what it needs to find later on. Make sure I turn off Chatterer before we fast forward. And we can open the terminal as well. Okay. That should be everything we need. So this is going to fast forward just physics warp until about, I don't know what I set it to, 50 seconds maybe? Yep, 50 seconds. And then it is intentionally not quite prograde. It's still trying to put itself into target inclination and stuff like that. Mostly the target inclination part. Alright, let's make sure we can actually see the HUD. right. Oh, and this still has that long wait in there because I still haven't figured out why my function to wait until we're aligned wasn't working. All right. Well, we're coming in like solidly on the night side. Okay, let's see if this parachute was enough. I might need to tweak it a little bit more because we do have the weight of the samples that wouldn't have been accounted for in the parachute calculations, but... All right, we're glowing red. Starting to ablate, that's fine. Cool. Ditch the shield. Beautiful. Now you can see my horrible part clipping. All right, yeah, this is still coming in at 11, so it's not accounting for the extra mass of the samples. Which I guess I can see in Kerbalism somewhere, can't I? I find photography 2. Thing is about to crash. Photography 2. Sample mass is 8 kilograms, and there's 2.5 of them. Okay, so it's an extra 20 kilograms. Oh, we bonked. I don't know how we survived that, but I'm not going to complain. I still want to adjust the parachute to actually account for those extra 20 kilograms. But that's funny. I guess the impact of that speed of that engine is slightly, where is it? Engine configs, tag list. That's all engine things. 12 meters a second impact. Okay. And this thing is, oh, also 12 meters a second impact. Okay, for some reason I thought everything was capped out at like 10. So maybe we're fine. Okay, so I think the only tech this needs then is the ablative heat shield tech. Everything else on this should be currently unlocked. And it is. So if we prioritize the ablative heat shield tech instead of the next iteration of rocket engines, when is it done? 59, 11, 17. This is going to launch by the end of July. Okay, that's only like a 4-month time skip. That's not too bad. It would be nice to have one more flight in here. If we can swing it. So that would be either this infrared radiometry satellite. Which maybe is what we want to do. We can probably do this on a Thor Able as long as it's a light enough probe. It needs infrared weather data, and oh wait, do I have the infrared weather data experiment? No, that's in this. Yeah, okay. So that's an issue. Okay, we can't fly that one yet then. Because we need to get early human electronics research and then early human spaceflight era science. So that's 37 science between the two of them that we need to get. So that's not going to happen. And that leaves the gravimetric satellite, which is a pretty... Oh, an orbital perturbation, I think, is also in that science tier, isn't it? In this science tier. Yeah, okay. So we can't do either of those yet. So pretty much we can fly this cosmic ray beyond LEO for sure. And that'll get us some science. But I think after that, we're going to be relying pretty heavily on getting some film camera launches done. And I never actually checked. Let's check. Sorry, I want to find Earth observation satellites. Dedicated Earth imaging satellite. And then improved Earth imaging satellite. Okay, we can do these. Okay, but these need the next tier of camera. Okay. Magnetometry satellite needs... Oh, this one unlocks after we do, I think, this cosmic ray. As does this one. Although this one, I think, requires new science. This one might not? Yeah, magnetic scan science from low and high Earth orbit. Although that is a big, heavy experiment, the magnetometer scan. So all of those are options. None of them are great options. I think for now we should just fly the one that we can. We'll fly this cosmic ray beyond LEO. And then I really might have to focus on lunar and stop stalling and actually write some hard code. Because I think we're gonna need that to push forward pretty soon. Alright, let's just skip ahead and fly this one, though. Because this one should unlock a couple more contracts, and then we can figure out which ones we might or might not be able to actually fly. And if all we can do is get, like, one more before we get human-rated EDL, that's at least a start. Okay, what are the chances that I touched something in one of my library scripts that was going to break this launch? Probably close to 100%. But this one is on, I think, still a Thor Able. Yeah. And this is not the most reliable engine that I have. AJ-10 earlies are notoriously unreliable, in fact. So, non-zero chance that this will fail and we'll have to fly another one anyway, and that'll push us forward to when we're getting that tech researched. All right, there we go. So this just needs 45 days of collecting science. Cool. I can come back to this later. It should be good. Yeah, perpetual charge, and... well, we're in low orbit, so it's not going to be doing the cosmic ray science from here, because this is done. But it will be able to do it in high Earth orbit. And same with video imaging and telemetry, actually. Oop, there we go. Telemetry Earth Space High transmitted. Well, that was a little bit of science. Cosmic ray science is running. Video imaging is not running from Space High? Oh, it's already done. Okay. Well, that explains it. All right. Cool. Well, I will go back to the Space Center then. And now that our science is up a little bit more, I'm going to reselect this early human electronics research, and I'm actually going to pull it up. I know that I'm already late on these 59 and 60 engine nodes, but I think we want this this electronics research node is going to give us better what do I want to say? There's a research tech speed bump when you get this researcher efficiency upgrade. So this will make everything else work better. So just getting this pulled up since it doesn't seem like we necessarily need any of these engine upgrades at the moment, getting early human spaceflight electronics seems better. And yeah, we're falling behind on these, but that's okay. And then actually what I could do is... how much does that cost? 16? Yeah, if I cancel that, we can in-queue this one. And this gives us the science experiments that we need for all of our upcoming projects. And that might need to be even above these. All right. I think that's better. Oh, right. We haven't actually finished this yet because it's still collecting science. All right. In that case, I guess we could skip ahead the 45 days. Let's see. Can I do that? That would be like a KAC thing, wouldn't it? Oh, God. Add. Time interval. 45 days. Add alarm. On alarm, kill warp. Okay. All right, and that should be pretty close to done with this contract now. So let's pop in and see if it will wrap up. What is this? Oh, we haven't transmitted enough of the science yet. Of course. How much have we actually transmitted? 5.7 out of 13.8. Okay. So that's about half of what we need. So we need another, I mean, basically another month or so, maybe a little longer. I mean, I could just run this until the whole thing is done. That would also be valid. It would be more than 53 days, though, because it's only running... All right, cosmic ray science, space high. Yeah, it's 0.4x after 45 days. The duration is supposed to be 91 days. Okay. So... we need another, like... 2 months? Yeah, let's just skip ahead like another 60 days. Or maybe I just skip ahead to when the tech I'm waiting for is done, because that's another 46 days. And that'll be real close to that being done. And then we can also fly the film camera experiment. All right, well, So much for finding something to fill the time while we wait for human-rated EDL. But, there we go. Human-rated EDL is done. Let's get our film camera return rocket built, our keyhole 1, aka Corona. Alright, let's see what needs to be tooled. Radial tanks, yep. Procedural fairings, yep. Couple of avionics nodes, and yep. Alright, and then launch. Oh, right. I forgot I need to modify the launch complex for this. Okay, that's fine. It's only going to take, 2 days. Modify. The Aegina has new fuels, and I completely forgot that I needed to do that modification, but it's only a couple of days. It's not like this is anywhere near a speedrun. I'm not worried about it. All right. Now, we should be able to launch this thing. Launch. Uh-oh. Oh. There we go. Launch Complex 1. Launch. Unlock 3 parts. Unlock. 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 Alright, there we go. I should probably queue up a second one, because I'm going to want it to run another one for science, even if I can't complete a contract with it. I could have duplicated it from the KCT menu instead of going into this, but that's okay. Let's launch another one. Oh, nope, not enough funds. Never mind. All right, and if we skip up to this one being done. Oh, wait, I forgot. I need to... Oh, the contract finished. Hey, there we go. Just what I was waiting for. Okay, so yeah, this did give us... So infrared, Cherenkov, and gravimetric all need better research to be done. We need that early human spaceflight science node. So it's going to be the magnetometry satellite that we could potentially fly, which needs a pretty highly eccentric orbit. And also a fairly high periapsis. This is an interesting... An interesting flight profile. Okay. We'll have to spend a little bit of time thinking about how best to implement that. Is the cosmic ray science Earth space high? Okay, it's still transmitting. So I'll let that keep going until it's done. And then I'll delete that satellite. Oh, we do, however, have enough funds to duplicate this. Again, I want to fly a second one just to get more of the science. I need to fly several of them to get all of the science, but... Alright, and is this done now? Space, 13.8 plus... Okay, there's still just a little bit left. I'll check on it after we do this launch, and we can delete it when we're done here. Alright, so this worked in the simulator, so there's no reason it shouldn't work now. This is solidly works on my computer territory, but that's okay. Whoop. And we have an ignition failure. All right, let's... see if I can figure out how to get us out of this. Kill the script. We throttle off. There was a repair failures. Yeah, so this will... failures are repaired. Now I need to add a stage. I need to... yeah, I think I need to add a stage here. And then I can run... rerun the script. And then I think I need to manually activate this engine. I don't have an activate engine button. Oh, even with the failures repaired, we don't get another dose of TTEP. So I think I have to roll this back. Ooh, boy. No, I don't want to do recovery. Let's go to the Space Center. Yeah, TTEP is the igniter. All right. Integration. How do I... oh, whoops. I did not realize that the ad was rolling forward. That's okay. I'm going to be trying to figure this out while the ad break runs anyway. Oh, here... oh, because it's not done repairing yet. Okay. We're okay. The repair vessel is still going. And if we fly this, the script is going to try to run, and it's going to do something stupid. Because our staging isn't right. Yep. Okay. That's fine. What do I do? Let's add a 5-second wait to the start of this. Revert to launch. So I'm going to have 5 seconds before the script tries to fly this rocket. And what I need to do is I need to add a dummy stage here, and I need to activate this engine. There we go. I did still need to activate it manually because as far as the game was concerned, it had already been staged. So it wasn't going to be... That's why I had to add the dummy stage, too, is because the launch script was going to try to stage to activate the first stage engines. Yeah, it's a little funky. I might have also been able to drag it up into that new stage, the new dummy stage, and that might have worked. But... yeah, there's some funkiness with already staged things when launches fail. Why does this have such a huge freaking apoapsis? What happened? Well, this is not going to work. We might still get some science for it, but we're not going to get the contract. Yeah, this AP is way too high. Did I just miss this the last time that I ran a sim, that we got way too high of an AP? Oh, and while this is burning, I need to be opening PAWs because the Kerbalism integration is awful. Yeah, this is not going to get itself into orbit even, I don't think. Nope. Alright, well, kill the script. This is a failed launch. Yeah, okay, I'm going to resim this before the second one of these finishes building, obviously. And we're going to have to figure out what broke. I don't even need to be doing this. Where's the range safety button? Because I'm pretty sure I simmed this. I wonder if batteries got drained with it sitting out on the pad for too long for the failure repairs. Would that have caused it to lose control during the launch, and I just missed the locking controls insufficient avionics message? Because that certainly would have made it misbehave, but Let's rerun the sim on this. Oh, there's still a 5-second delay in the script. Because I don't think I changed this since I did the one where we got our full recovery. So I'm very, very confused about what went wrong. I'll have to look at the footage after I'm done streaming. Because, yeah, this looks like it's going to come in fine at a fairly low... Yeah, 180. Exactly where it's supposed to be. And the upper stage tumbles, because I don't even try to stabilize it early. So yeah, this looks fine. This looks like it's going to do exactly what it's supposed to do. Yeah, this is going to be fine. I don't have to watch this whole sim again. All right, I'm not sure what failed with the last one. I really am not, but I'll go back through the launch on the recording when I'm done, and I'll see what it did. But I think we're fine to fly the next one of these to actually complete the contract. All right. We now have access to a bunch of new science. And we also... I don't know if I need to buy this researcher efficiency upgrade or not, but it makes me happier if I press the button. And we have this battery tank upgrade that we're going to start wanting to use on bigger probes. Because that'll make batteries a lot lighter. As far as the science available to us, we have exactly 15 of it. I did want to get early flight control in my queue. Because, yeah, early flight control and 59 orbital rocketry between them mean that we uprate to a, like, full-fledged Agena. And then this early human spaceflight era science is what we're waiting for a lot of the, for like 3 of these are early human spaceflight era science. And then this one is just a big, highly energetic orbit. Like, this flew on a Thor Delta in the real world. So, I'm unconvinced that I can fling one of these just yet. So we'll probably need to get all of this research to do these optional ones. Well, some are required, some are optional. But again, like I was saying earlier, I think lunar is going to be one of our big... It's going to need to be one of our big pushes. You know, we're a year into both of these programs now. Flyby and Impactor, if we're lucky, we can do in one flight. And then Orbiter is going to be a whole different ballgame. I don't know. My thought for the lunar orbit, lunar flyby / impactor is to we should be able to get ourselves into a lunar intercept, and I think we can script that reasonably well so that, you know, kind of one of my verniers had a failure too, so the pitch program wasn't... Ah, okay, good catch. I missed that there was a second failure. Cool. That's fine. It's a practice launch. Sometimes you need practice launches. But yeah, I think it should be possible to write a launch script that'll always get us into, like, the right LAN for the moon and up into a reasonably circular orbit. And then it's a matter of figuring out in the script, when do we need to burn to get an intercept given, you know, the current distance of the moon and things like that. And that's a whole different thing. And then once we have the intercept, we should be able to have the script, like, time warp until it says that our quote-unquote parent body is the moon, right? And I know that that gets faked under the hood, but close enough. And then just, like, as soon as it thinks our parent body is the moon instead of the Earth, just burn radial in hard. And that should put us under the lunar surface, I hope. We'll need to play with it. But I have a vague idea of the flow for the overall script. There's just a lot of... It's like, oh, just write the script to launch into the right longitude of ascending node, as if that's not going to be an hour and a half of my life to get that right. Etc., etc. So there's lots of moving parts for lunar probes, and I keep putting off writing that code. You know, I'd be pretty happy calling a successful lunar orbit to be like, you know, victory as far as, you know, Principia and RP-1 scripted only, no manual flying. That's at that point, I will have achieved real rocket science, and I'm pretty okay with that. Which is not to say that I would necessarily end this run then. I'm having a lot of fun with it. So it'd be interesting to see how much further we can go. But, like, once we've solved the sort of general shape of a program that can do that, we have also solved the general shape of a program that can do interplanetary and other things, right? So... All right, that is beautiful. 160 AP. As always, we don't turn on the RCS here, so it tumbles. I should really just change that to turn on the RCS sooner, but it doesn't really matter. Alrighty. And I can manually do some fast forwarding through this burn. I just have to be very, very careful. All right, 150 by 170. Woo! Oh god. Stop the time warp. Stop the time warp. I didn't do any of my prep for this. You're not up. Yep, RP-1 is using kOS now. So all of, well, not all of the contracts are kOS-based, but they're more set up to use it than they were before. Okay. Think that now I just need to time warp until we get into a biome where this will say depleted, and then the script should continue. There we go. Alright, oh, and this still has just the weight in here because I never did figure out why it was deciding that it was aligned when it was still moving around. Minus 1800. That should be fine with this heat shield. Alright. Rename any crew capsule stuck in orbit due to fuel issues as a space station and never worry about it again. That sounds like you're playing without a life support mod. Life support mods make that harder. All right, I think this is going to be successful. There's pretty much no moving parts at this point that could fail. I could... Life support mods cause you to become the mystery goo? Uh-huh. All right. I would really like for this to point a little more aggressively prograde, but it does seem like it's mostly stabilizing itself. Yeah, we're going to be okay. But, like... You could see just how close to horizontal we really are with these returns from such low altitude. Like, it's coming in flat. And a blader. Looking okay. Through the hottest part. Alright, I'm getting worried about this one. Okay, there we go. We're slowing down now. Cool. As long as our parachute is good enough, and it should be. And I'm probably going to want to launch a couple more of these just to get a little more science done. I think this is only going to bring in about like 10 per launch. Nah. We're already down to 100. Hurled out down to 9.8 meters a second. Why is this slower than in the simulator? I couldn't tell you. Something to do with, like, residuals with the solids, maybe, and how much fuel is left. That's an option. But... ta-da! Alright, yeah. And that is a bunch of reputation as well. I would love to see that higher, but that's okay. Cool. Well, at least we got a couple contracts done today. Yeah, 0.4, 4.8, 5.8, 6.3, 8.7, 9.1, 10.1, 10.2, 11, yeah, rounded 11.1. 17.4. All right. All right, so we have a little bit of science. I do want to fly another one of those because we will get more science. If I check this, we should still have quite a bit available to us. Yeah. The only biome we finished was water. Savanna, and we apparently never did Savanna at all. So we've got at least one more launch, probably two more of these. I don't think there's a contract that we can complete for it. Yeah, because the next one wants the improved film camera. Which we don't have yet. It is work in progress here, but we don't have it yet. And even once we get that science tech, there's a non-zero chance that we're going to need our uprated, like, fully operational Agena. So that's, like, October of 1960. No, not Kingdom Hearts 4. KH4 satellite launch date. Yeah, okay, so that was 62 in the real world. So we were a little behind on Corona, but KH4 is a little further out, so we're okay tech-wise. If we can launch that by the end of 60, we'll actually be in pretty good shape. Every other time I've Googled KH something, Google has correctly known that I wanted the satellites, but for some reason KH4, it decided Kingdom Hearts was what I cared about. Which is not to say that I don't care about Kingdom Hearts, just not right now. Okay, so I think the only thing we could try to fly would be this magnetometry satellite. Which is going to be an interesting one. And this, again, looks like it needs more tech. I think everything needs more tech. That is what I think. Except maybe the lunars. And I don't know if I want to start writing those scripts today. I might just call it here. I mentioned yesterday, during my stream yesterday, and it is still true today, that I have a little bit of a frog in my throat. So I think instead of talking anymore, I'm going to say we have made good progress. We got a couple contracts done. Next week, we got to start working on the scripts for Lunar, and figuring out kind of what those, each of those moving pieces, right? Wrong button. Sorry about that. Let's check our to-do list. These are both done. So next session, and we'll have to figure out what our science-based objectives are as well. But, Lunar... And, I know there's well-known math for doing these things, and I will absolutely just copy and paste it. So we need to be able to, launch it to the moon's land and inclination. We need to be able to figure out appropriate angle between us and moon for our burn. And actually, that's it. This figure out appropriate angle between us and the moon for our burn is, there's a lot of big vagueness in that. I think it'll depend on a bunch of factors. Like, if we can consistently be in a circular orbit around Earth with a pretty well-known altitude, then I think we should be able to... we could probably even hard-code a angle, our phase angle. But if our orbit is a little funkier, then it's going to be a combination of, what would our altitude at that angle be versus the moon's altitude at that position, because it's also swinging around. So we might need to do some moon orbital calculations and things like that to kind of figure out when is the right time to fire each of our burns. And I think also we'll want to look at how much can KOS still tell us about, because we don't have patched conics. I'm going to assume that the stuff that's in orbit around, where's the orbit structure? I'm going to assume that the transition and ETA transition don't work. So we're going to have to rely on other ways of determining when we've actually made a lunar intercept. They work, but they'll be off? Okay, I mean, I think as far as these early probes go, if all I care about is the Patriconics exist, you just can't see them? Okay. Adjust lunar trajectory for impact. Okay. So, like, if we can have a program that knows within a reasonably correct time frame when it needs to burn for an intercept, then all we have to do is check this, you know, wait until we have a next patch, and all that means is that we've made an intercept, right? And then we can adjust that intercept as needed. So maybe that's something to consider. But yeah, we will have to see what the patches look like and how... Obviously, they're going to be rough estimations, but... Okay. As far as what we need to do based on when our science is done, spaceflight era science gives us potentially 3 contracts. Infrared radiometry satellite, the Cherenkov, and the improved Earth imaging. Okay. And then I don't think we're waiting for tech for any other potential. And we might not be able to do these immediately. They're going to have other requirements, like probably requires better Agena. Improved Earth imaging probably requires a better upper stage, right? But all right. So yeah, those are our to-dos. I think next week is going to be a pretty scripting heavy session because we're going to try to get lunar flyby. So yeah, thanks everybody who's been hanging around. I really appreciate it. And as always...
Oh, political. Here comes spacecraft. Here comes spacecraft.
Holy crap!
Duck and weave! Woohoo! The sweet science.
Thank you so much for the, what is that, 5 gift subs? Wow. Thank you so much. That was far too generous. I am at a loss for words. Thank you so much. Now I've lost track of my outro. I'm totally flustered. Oh, everybody enjoy your emotes. Can we get some uwus or some loves in the chat for CMAS? That's so generous. Thank you so much. Okay. What was I saying? I'm sorry. I'm so flustered. Oh, thanks very much, everybody. Thanks as always to the YouTube viewers too. If you're on YouTube and you want to watch live, the link to My Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. And if you're on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, it really does help small channels get found when you leave a comment, leave a like, and just engage with the content. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. Thanks again, Simas. I think I say it differently every time. I think last time I asked you, you said you didn't know how it was supposed to be pronounced. So, wow. All right. I guess we're ending on a high note. So I'll see everybody in the next one.